Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna swap to this. So that's like a little more... Yeah. It's weird to have the Factorio sounds in the background, but no Factorio. Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Hope everyone's having a solid Wednesday so far. Hopefully everyone, well, maybe not everyone, but a good number of people are already home from work. And even better if you're at work watching this stream on company time. Let's go. We're playing some Factorio today. Speaking of company time, every minute is company time in Factorio. Of course, we do have Space Age. I did pick up the DLC. We're not getting to Space Age ever on stream, probably. We'll see if we actually end up playing more than one stream of this. We'll see. Well, the thing is, like, Factorio is one of those games that I've picked up multiple times over the past 10 years, and only ever actually finished once. I finished the game a single time, and it took me multiple evenings. I think in total it was maybe 25 or 30 hours for me to finish Factorio the first time. It's definitely a game that you could put hundreds of hours into in a single run. Kind of like Minecraft, but if they had better progression. In a way. But not really. I'm sure you know what I mean. Anyway, welcome everybody. Welcome Nando, the factory must grow. True. I love factory games. I've kind of been out of them for a little bit though. In fact, the only reason I got back into Factorio, and you can see that I started a new run up here. The only reason I really got back into Factorio is because Saffron was telling me that she got into Factorio, and then I remembered that that game existed, and that I never finished Space Age. So I started a new run. Funny enough, we're going to be starting another new run today, but, you know. Wonder if you really thought this through. This is gonna be a 16-hour stream before you know it. Don't worry, we do have a hard limit, a hard cutoff today of around 5 p.m. It's currently 1. So we have a good 4 hours actually. 4 hours before I kind of have to leave, so that's the only reason today's stream isn't going to be 16 hours long. Want to place bets on how long it's going to take Corbett to get killed by biters? Listen, I might have only once died to biters. Only once. Trust me. I would never lie. I think I've actually died to trains more than biters, if I'm being honest. What do you count as finishing? Just reaching space? Well, yeah, that was like the end of the game for the better part of a decade. And then they added Space Age, and now there's more stuff to do. Like, yeah, so that was the original win condition, right? That counts, I think. I don't think you have to make a mega base to consider yourself done playing the game. I think you can be like, yeah, I made the spaceship. I launched it. We're good. I think it's fair. Don't worry, he says, as if what we're worried about with Factorio is that it's going to take too long. Well, it's more about, my health and sanity. You know, I've already been working multiple hours today. You know what actually sucks? Well, hold on. Before I start yapping, we're gonna start a new game real quick. Of course, free play. Does anybody actually play these? It's kind of funny that they made them. Anyway. I don't think I'm going to change anything, because I kind of like the default map. Yeah, we're gonna keep it the way it is. The way God intended us to play Factorio. God being whoever the lead dev is. Okay, yeah, I'm not changing any of these buttons. I don't know anything about like the different the Gleba enemy bases. Alright. We could preview it, but then it's kind of a spoiler, you know? What if we just... What if we're just built different and we'll be fine, probably. the longest time reaching space and getting space science is like the beginning of the end game. There's so much more to do. Yeah, but don't you get the little thing that's like, hey, guess what? You beat the game. Here's your achievement. Don't you get the achievement when you build the rocket and it's like, congrats, you beat the game. Good job. Like, there's more stuff to do, but hold on. Okay, so like maybe. Well, the thing is, they have like launch a rocket to space, and that's basically like that's like the end condition, right? Or at least it used to be. And then we have launch a rocket within 15 hours, and then launch a rocket within 8 hours. You know, it's like, ooh, speedrun, beat the game in 8 hours. It's like that kind of thing, I think. Anyway, we'll just go through that. But anyway, as I was saying, I've been working quite a bit today, because I actually woke up at 6:30, and it sucked, and I don't want to ever do that again. It was kind of against my will, but then I wasn't tired when I woke up, so I figured, I might as well start working. I think I actually started work at like 7:30, which is, basically, if I start work any earlier than that, I probably need like a wellness check. Anyway. But yeah, if I stream Factorio for a super long time, I'm gonna get tired and I'm gonna fall asleep while playing this game. Probably. Health and sanity in this economy. Real. Okay, what do we have? Some coal, some stone, the basics. Okay, we want to start with one of these, 2 of those. And we're gonna get a little bit of wood. .30 surprise stream would have been wild. Well, that's why today's video released at like 9 o'clock this morning. This is the first time in like forever I was actually up at like 9 o'clock. Actually, that's the wrong thing to build. See, I'm already getting sleep deprived, chat. We're gonna do that. Actually... Well, no. Hold on. Let me get... Oh, shoot. I used all my wood. Give me that. We're already off to a good start, if you can tell. But yeah, fortunately, it's not like my first time ever playing this game. Not to say I know what I'm doing, but... it'll probably be fine. We need to slap one of these down. Hi, Mii-chan. How's it going? Hey, Juice. Just joined. Is this a real Rail World preset? It is not Rail World. I like playing Factorio, I guess, the regular way. In a sense. Let me just do this. I sort of like the regular preset. Okay, let's go pick up some coal. I don't want to use trees all the time. And I need chests. Rail World is cool because it means you don't really have to pick up your setup and move it around as often, I think. I think the ore patches are larger, right? Pretty sure that's how that works. What we're worried about is the trains and how you have multiple entire planets that are not currently being serviced with trains. True. You know, I think these planets could really do with some industry. I think honestly, they could do with some Walmarts and concrete. I forgot to put fuel in this. Like an idiot. Give me that. Okay, we want another burner mining drill. Well, we're gonna do that. I'll put like maybe one in there. Orbit felt the emptiness and sorrow of people that wake up at 6:30 to go to an office. True. Can't believe there are people that live like that. Imagine. Imagine waking up. It's even worse, actually, because you'd have to wake up extra early, and then you'd have to... It's not just like going to the office, but for me, I'd have to like wipe off my car and then go to the office. That's actually a nightmare scenario. Imagine waking up and then you have to turn your car on and then go to the office. Real world matters a lot less with Space Age anyway, since it only affects Novice. Ah yes, Novice, that place that I definitely know for sure. That one. Let me pick this up actually. You're gonna go here, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna do, oops. We're gonna do that. Okay, more iron. Actually, let me alt-tab. There we go. Is it really a planet if no one has made a map game out of it yet? Fair point. Does it really exist if there's no map? Alright, I guess we'll make 2 more of these. Steam power finished. Oh, right, they changed the way that the research works at the beginning of the game. 10 years ago, you were melting iron, and now you're doing it again. How ironic. Man. It was really a crazy revelation. Waking up, deciding that I'm gonna do this stream, and then realizing, wait a second. I've actually been playing this game, well, kind of, on and off for a bit, for almost a decade. I thought it was longer than that, actually. I thought it was longer than a decade because I have this memory of being somewhere in America. I thought it was Florida, right? Because my family used to go on trips to Florida and stuff. And I thought it was there that I had my old 2010 laptop with integrated Intel graphics trying to run Factorio. And I thought that was like 2013. But I checked and apparently this game came out in 2016. So, yeah, it is unmodded. I just have not played the DLC. Okay, what do we want to do right now? I think we're gonna expand iron a little more, and then we want power, so we need copper. But yeah, it was crazy to think like, man, I actually have been playing this game for so long. It kind of feels like it came out before 2016. Like, it just... I'm still kind of in denial about it. Like, like there's no way it was 2016, right? Like, that can't be right. Because I was... No, that can't be right. It just can't be. It just can't be. But I checked and it kind of is. Unless they had an even earlier version. Because I still kind of doubt myself on this. The super secret extra early access version of Factorio. What's this? My favorite map painting streamer playing my favorite game? More likely than you'd think. Okay, I guess we can get started on copper at this point. Except what am I going to use copper for? Well, the research. That's the main thing. Yeah, I guess we could do that. Grab 1, 2, 3. Early access was out from 2013. Okay, I'm not crazy. Thank you very much for validating my sanity. Because I could have sworn it was earlier than that. Okay, so I actually played this game longer than 10 years ago. Oh, that can't be. That can't be. Let me double check that real quick. Factorio. Download old versions. You can just download them for free, I think. No, I don't think you can. Maybe if you own it through their website. Hold on. Version history. Let's find the very oldest ones. First public release. Are you gonna tell me when that was? No, of course not. Okay. Me when I don't add timestamps to the version history. Okay, I'm just gonna believe you that the game came out early access in like 2013. That makes more sense for me, because I'm like, wait a second. 2016, what was I doing? I don't think I was playing Factorio at that point. Like, I had played some Factorio, realized that my PC kind of can't handle it. Or my laptop at that point. The Intel integrated graphics laptop from 2010. I realized I could barely run it. Once I had, like, robots, little flying drones, at that point, it literally could not run the game. Hi, Coco Golem. How's it going? So maybe I need to change the title of today's stream. Maybe I didn't play this game for the first time 10 years ago. Maybe it was 12 years ago. Oh yeah, because you know what? I think I had this game before it was on Steam. I think that's when I played it. You found it? Early alpha was viable from 2013. Official early access was 2016. That must have been it. And then 1.0 released in 2020. Crazy stuff. And then they said, you know what we should do? Make Factorio 2, basically. And that's Space Age. Alright, can I build 2 more of these and 1 of these, please? I don't really have enough fuel for that, but it's fine. Where can a game exist if not on Steam? Back in the ancient era, we used to have games that released on their own platforms. Back in the prehistoric age. Recently got into Satisfactory. It was a decision between Satisfactory and Factorio. They're both pretty solid games. I actually don't even know which of the two I prefer. Because I never finished Satisfactory. Satisfactory does actually have like set progression though. I think. Like, I'm pretty sure you can finish the game. Anyway, do we need another one of these? I'll build another one anyway. Talking about the ancient discus with a hole in the middle that you put in the machine. Yes, but also I'm pretty sure you could just download Factorio back when it was in the earliest alpha version. Okay, now what? Actually, we need more copper before we do anything else. I don't like this forest in the way. We're probably gonna burn it to the ground. Maybe we want more coal. This might be a problem. Let me see how bad of a problem that is. Just, gonna take some light precautions. How bad is this? That's pretty bad. That's not a good start. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that, it's fine. Somebody followed. I think that's a Twitch follow. Thank you very much. I need more coal. More coal and more iron and more ways of absorbing pollution, to be honest. Satisfactory have tower defense mode? No, Satisfactory is a pretty peaceful game. There are enemies you can encounter, but they don't actively try to attack your base. You just find them if you go exploring. So it's a lot more chill. Been playing some GTFO with friends recently, been really enjoying it. Oh, I actually played GTFO. That was like 2 or 3 years ago. I used to play it with my friends. Not like a lot, but I think I have like 30 hours in it. Let me see if I can find that. That was 2022. Okay, no, I played 18 hours of it. It is a frustrating game. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, now I think it's time for us to get some power going. Fortunately, we do have a little lake nearby. Although I think that's every Factorio game spawns with a little lake nearby that you can use for power. One of these, we'll get 2 of those, one of these. And then some power cables. We need a lot more wood. And iron. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna carve a path through this. I guess we'll get some of these, one of those. Did we get past rundown 1? No. I don't think we ever did. Yeah, I never said we were good at the game. Oops, don't do that. Don't do that. Alright, we'll put this... I usually like to stack them vertically, but... I feel like that's gonna overlap with my manufacturing space. Yeah, let's actually have this maybe... We'll have it on the left side. Let's do this, and we'll have these. There we go. On this side, actually, I'm gonna need a lot more pipes. Well, no, this is fine. Well, hold on. Yeah, this is fine. We're gonna do it like this. Actually, we can do it like this. Two of these bad boys. A power pole right here. And then we need a burner inserter and a chest. And that should do the trick. Then there are mods which can turn Factorio into a very entertaining and fun version of construction and planning super hell. I've seen the kinds of things that people have made with mods, and they scare me. I haven't even made a mega base before. I just make spaghetti. Not spaghetti belts, mind you, but like spaghetti railways. Maybe I don't need all that, actually. Unless you change the starting parameters, yeah, you almost have iron, coal, copper, and water. That makes sense. Imagine loading into Factorio and you just have absolutely nothing. Okay, so what's the first thing to do? Research stuff. That's the first thing to do. I remember now. Yeah, so what do we need? We need one of these. That takes a long time. We can probably get another set of those. There we go. Okay, let's just do this. And, oops. Well, we do want a second one. We're going to do that. And we also need red science. At a certain point, you can just automate Earth missions and focus on space once you own your section of the Earth. I guess there is a way to just guarantee that you're never going to have your base destroyed, right? Okay, first, what do we want? Probably automation, I figure. That we can start automating red science. The other thing is, like, with the new DLC, there are like a billion sciences. What do I do with all this? How am I supposed to fit 15 quadrillion sciences into one research lab? Unsatisfactory when playing with friends whenever their random belts Crisscrossing the factory and laid over the landscape, they know it's me. That's maybe the best part of Satisfactory, is that the game does not care about where you want to put stuff. Oh, you want to have a belt that goes through a mountain? Absolutely. Have at it. Automation, yippee. Grab one of these. What do I need for red science? Oh, that's easy. Okay, well, what I like to do is actually, I want to set up this. And we're going to do this. And I want one of these. Maybe a few of those. Actually. Yeah, never mind. Do that. And I need more of these. We're going to do that, actually. Just so we can get, like, some basic material automation. And then on top of that, I want another one of these. Maybe instead of completely destroying the Earth, we'll make it habitable for once. We'll see about that. We'll see how the inhabitants feel about that. Okay, so we're just gonna automate the world's worst red science setup real quick. Isn't that beautiful? Hey Lolang, how's it going? We don't need these anymore. So we'll just put these, these here. And we'll make like 2 stacks at most. And I'll take those. Oh yeah, the one thing I do like about Satisfactory is the stacked belts. And I guess we do kind of have something that's similar in Factorio. The underground belts, and they kind of work. Not exactly the same way, but they work. New video and stream on one day. Yeah, I kind of realized that I enjoyed my break a little too much. It's like, I looked at my channel and I'm like, oh yeah, I literally have not streamed since last year. And that joke would have been funnier on the 1st, but it's the 7th. Like, it's actually kind of been a while. Okay, next thing to automate. Or to pick up. Logistics, probably. Well, I want logistics and I want electric mining. Because the burner miners are stinky. That's 12 pollution per minute. And these are, I don't know, less, I think. 10 pollution per minute, see? We care about the environment here. Alright, how many of these do we have? Not bad. Although, yes, we are out of iron. Maybe we should get more. Example of a mod, there's Bob's mod. In basic, you have coal, iron, copper, steel. In Bob, you also have silver, lead, sorry, silver, lead glass, gold, cobalt, lithium, aluminum, tungsten, zinc, nickel, brass, bronze, titanium, and invol. That either sounds like a really bad time or a really good time, and I can't quite figure out where I stand on that yet. I did actually try out a couple of Factorio mods. This was years ago. Isn't there one called Cractorio or something? Oh wait, yeah, someone earlier mentioned Cractorio. At first I thought that was a joke about Factorio being like crack, which it kind of is. Maybe it's called Crastorio. I don't remember. Crastorio 2, that might be it. I did try that. That's the one where you have to make, like, each and every single individual part of every piece of machinery, right? Like, if you want to make inserters, you need, like, rotation gears or something. Like, specific kinds of gears that you have to manufacture. And it's actually kind of hell. Is that the one I'm thinking of, maybe? That's Pianodons? Okay, I don't even know. What are they doing up here? They're chilling. They don't even care. We'll keep that as it is. That's fine.
Wow, 12 months, to think it has been a year.
Thank you very much, Lysander, for the 12 months. On a stream about feeling old. Having played this game for not the first time in a while, but you know. Having played this game all the way back when it released in its, like, early alpha, and then it's like, oh wow, would you look at that? Another 12 months have gone by. Once again, thanks for the subathon last year, as it was the time I subbed first. Yeah, I mean, I would say no problem, but boy, there were a lot of problems with that. What's really funny, actually, is the way that I had to do taxes for that subathon. Because I couldn't figure out how else to do it. Basically, I had to tally up every single donation. Like, every single one from that subathon. For tax purposes. That may or may not have slightly influenced my decision to not do another subathon this last December. It may have slightly influenced me, I can't lie. Okay, I think we can do like a double up on this. Like that. We're gonna do the same thing here with another one of, ooh, maybe not here though. Hold on. Do one of those. Get a couple of these. We'll do, I guess technically we could do this. I'm not gonna walk through it. Yeah, okay. That should work. Stack in here. We'll get one of these. Stack it there. There we go. Oh right, yes, we're also live on Twitch right now. Twitch chatters, say hi to the YouTube guys, and likewise. Well, we got currencies converted for ease on YouTube. It was a fun mix. It was a fun mix. We did get like a decent number of conversions in the actual PayPal direct donation link. Actually, I think that was mostly converted. But I'm pretty sure I had to also... It was even worse, actually. Because for some of them, I got the donation amount in US dollars, which was held separately. So for me to actually figure out how much value in Canadian dollars of taxes, or like of revenue I got, I had to go back to the conversion rates on those days and plug in each number for that day for each conversion to make sure that I like got the appropriate value as well. Because like the conversion rate changes. Fortunately, the subathon was what, like 20 days or something, rather than being a full like 2 months like some people do. But yeah, that wasn't a fun time. There's probably an easier way to do it. I'm gonna ask some other people who have done subathons how they fixed it. Because there's no way that's the most optimal way of doing this. Like, it can't be. There's no way. Okay, we can start making some transport belts, which is nice. Honestly, Twitch and YouTube should add some sort of tax calculating service. It'd be great for their creators. That is true. I mean, I already have to give my tax information to Twitch. Like, I literally cannot make money off of Twitch if I don't give them my tax, my SIN, you know, the social insurance number, which is like a tax ID. I guess I'll make like few of these. Actually, what I should be doing is not trolling. I should be making more assemblers that I don't do this manually, because I don't want to do this manually. Let's not do that, actually. Your sins? Yes. Twitch does know my sins. Alright, we want to make just some very basic things. Transport belts. I know this is like a sin of Factorio. Just let me do what I'm doing. Creating these manual inputs. Yeah, it was Crastorio, makes every recipe require much, much more. Yeah, that was fun for about, I think 20 minutes. And then I immediately stopped playing Crastorio. And never played it again. Alright, we want gears. And we want, belts. Your sin would be deving tax? Real? Alright, belts, I'm gonna take that. The other thing I want is probably... fast inserters would be nice. but actually I want probably military for the submachine gun. And then we're gonna start building, like, actual things. I think I'm gonna build a main bus. I don't even know where. In my opinion, the bus always goes east to west. That's west to east. You know what I mean. From left to right. Always. Without fail. I don't know why. It just has to be that way. Okay, do I have enough of these? 2, let's get 4 more of these. Then we'll pick this whole thing up. We'll pick those up and I'll build a few of these. We might as well make a template for like an entire furnace stack, right? Probably. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna pick these up. All right. Electric mining drills. Yeah, we'll do that. Belts. I think what I'm gonna do is probably have the furnace stack here for the iron. And then furnace stack, I don't know, here for the copper. Except it's like in the middle of a forest, and that sucks to clear since I don't have grenades yet. Wait, don't I get grenades? No, not yet. Those are down here. That's not for a bit. Okay. Yeah, let me get something to drink. I feel like I'm chronically dehydrated because I just forget to have any drinks or sip on anything throughout a recording session. Imagine hydrating when you could be gaming. Alright, so basically, I don't know how I'm going to merge all of this and then split it, but let me think about this. Let me first think about the bus. I feel like I want the iron from the bus to be like... That's a good question. Copper, we're probably going to smelt it, like, honestly, here, and then bring it down, and the iron can go here, and then go this way, which means we might want to put it a little further down, like, here? That'll probably work. That's probably fine. Oops. What do I do with my extra admin when I'm doing my nth Chill Netherlands playthrough? Basically, you have to be not chill, unfortunately. Tragically, it means you have to invade people. Alright, if these things create iron at What's the speed here? 3.2 crafting time. I'm not doing all that. Hold on. What's the speed? 0.31 per second. Okay, these can hold... I think it's 0.5 per second? Sorry, not 0.5. 7.5 on each side. It's 15 per second. So... 15 times 4 is 60. 60 divided by 0.31. I don't even want to know what that number is, actually. Wait a second, that's going to be a lot of furnaces. I don't think that's the way to run this. I don't think we're looking for 193 furnaces. Well, it's not like this ore patch can even make that much iron. Okay, we're actually going to do 1 belt of iron that I'm going to split into 4 belts to future-proof slightly. So we're going to, actually, let's run that number again. Divide that by 4. 48, is that a good number? 48 furnaces? I think technically we need slightly more, or maybe this number is slightly off. Uh, 3.2... I think that number is slightly off. I think we only need 48 furnaces. I think this actually crafts a little faster than 0.31 a second. I think. 48 furnaces is a lot, though. Better get started. "48 furnaces makes 1 yellow belt of iron plates." Okay, perfect. So my math isn't that bad. The way I'm gonna do these, though, is probably, like... I'm gonna have them just spit out iron on the left side, and then I'm going to make a balancer, if I remember how to do that. Well, we don't have to worry about that yet, but... the idea is the iron is going to spit out, so we're gonna do like this, maybe? It's probably good enough. And then all of the iron... let me actually just do like a quick test in my mind. So I can make like a ghost version of these, right? Let me just see what that looks like. How do I ghost place? Ah, shift, okay. So what if we do like... this over here. That over there. Just for fun, I might also do this. And then that'll just collect up into here. And then I think we need... that. Yeah, I'll just plan this right now, why not? Do this, that. Never mind. See when I mess up the grid? This might be slightly more complicated than I thought it would be. That pretty much covers the whole patch, right? Oh, I messed it up down here too. Well, that's too bad. I'm not fixing it at this point. Oh well. Okay, so I think we're going to have the belts kind of do like that. I just want to make sure I give myself enough room here, you know? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 technically. Not really. And then we want all of these to... Wait, am I dumb? No. Well... Not this time. Yeah, not this time. I understand it now. Okay, so we're gonna have this do like that. And we're gonna have it do like a thing where we do this, and then this is gonna go like here, and it's gonna go like here. And this is gonna do like this. Nope, wrong spot. It's gonna do like that. And then, yeah, okay. No, I got it. I'm figuring it out. Let me queue up some research real quick. I do like the radars to see if I'm about to get invaded. Fortunately, the pollution is absorbed by the trees, so they're chilling. Actually, is that another coal patch so close? For free? Must be my birthday. And another copper patch that's actually really close as well? Me when I don't actually have to use rails for the next copper patch or coal patch? Insanity. Alright, I think I'm figuring it out. We're gonna have, let me just put like a ghost balancer. Let's see if I remember how to actually do this. I think it's, hold on. Put that there, put that there. I think a 4-4 balancer looks like this, maybe, if I can remember. Maybe I cannot remember. Hold on. Give me a second. I think that's it. Maybe. Maybe? I might be forgetting. Possibly. It's close enough, right? Like, I think this works. I do need to get more belts, though. Oh, hey, Magnus. Imagine living in 2026 and doing that and then this. I have no iron production. I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot, chat. I'm so dumb. Me when I get rid of all my iron production? Why can't I make more belts? Shoot. Hold on. I want to do, hold on. We're gonna do that, and then we're gonna do, need another balancer on the middle of the right side. It's symmetrical. Is it symmetrical? Also, I have an announcement. I hate living in historic times. Every day, yeah. Like, no, that can't be right. Is it symmetrical? We have like A, B, C, D, right? This becomes A, B, this becomes C, D. It's A, B, C, D. This becomes... This is A, B, and this is C, D. So they mix become A, B, C, D, and then Doesn't that balance correctly? Maybe I'm insane. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's actually this. It feels like I'm doing too much with that. Oh well. Then, since this is just going to be ore, we want the ore to go down the middle, maybe? Oh wait, we also need a thing for coal. Okay, hold on, let me... I'm stupid, I know, just give me a second, hold on. I'm an idiot, yes, I know. I just need more iron right now. So what we need is coal coming from here. Because like the basic furnace layout is that in the middle, I kind of want to have the ore, right?
Actually.
Watch out, you have filthy elves to your north.
Hi, Isaac. Can always count on you to insert elves into every stream. How's it going? Thank you for the $2 super chat, by the way. 60U5 and one simple mod, proximity mod. You know what I think they should have in EU5? Proximity chat. You can only talk to countries in multiplayer if they're within your diplomatic range. Anyway, basic idea kind of goes like this, where we have the ore that goes down the middle, right? And then we have the plates on the side, but then we have the third problem, the wrench, and the wrench is called coal. Right, we need the coal, I think, on like the sides, and I don't have long inserters. I'm gonna make some. Unless, and this is diabolical, but consider the following. Consider, what if we put the coal on the inner side of the plate, of the plates here, and then we just filter out the plates at the end? I think that would work. It's a little cursed, but I think it would probably succeed. You want the ore and coal outside belts on the outside ones? I don't know, because then I have to do like weird splits with them. Oh, maybe I don't have to do that. No, you're actually right, and I hate that you're right. Please stop being right. But then it gets kind of weird, doesn't it? Because like I put like half of... How many of these do I need? 48? Maybe it's not that weird. It's not that weird if I put down 4 of these rows, I guess. 48 divided by 4, which is 16. No, it is not. It is 12. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 12. Oh, and then that actually fits perfectly with this setup. Okay, I kind of see the vision a little bit. Well, maybe. Oops. That's the wrong spot. Does that make sense? No, because this is going to use a lot more iron. But it's going to be split. But no, we're maximizing. We're min-maxing these, each one of these lines, right? Hold on. I can't figure out if I'm crazy or not. Because think about it this way, like these two furnace stacks are going to take from the same middle one, right? Which means they're going to put more stress on this one line. This line is going to have less stress. But like this is going to be overbearing, I think. For one line of ore, maybe. Didn't I press Alt already? Oh, I must have Alt-tabbed. That's it. Let me think about that. Is 12? 12 are going to use... What's 0.31 times 24, chat? $7.5. Maybe I am crazy. Okay, anyway. Aren't you meant to only have 2 rows in a furnace stack? Maybe, but I mean, I like them to not be that way. I guess we could have the massive stack. The Giga Furnace stack. We actually do have a lot of space, and I'm complaining about nothing. So... yeah, I mean, I just like to have my factories be a little bit compact. By making them more like squares and not like giant sprawling rectangles that clash with each other. But, you know what? We might have furnace stacks that just like go to the left. No, that's dumb. That's dumb. Just do it in multiples of 2 rather than making it longer. No, I can do this math. I can figure this out. So 3 lines of furnaces, you have 4. Oh yeah, I was going to make 4. Yeah. So this is just like a little template. Right, sorry. There we go. This is what I'm thinking. Well, kind of. You get the gist. Right? We have like the 2 furnace lines like this. So ore in the center? No. Well, maybe. Yeah, what am I doing? I'm really dumb and stupid and dumb, and actually this is entirely inconsequential and I just barely realized it right now. False alarm, everyone. I actually am insane. It doesn't even matter. Because ultimately we're making 1 belt of iron, meaning it cannot possibly consume more than 1 belt of iron ore. I don't even know... Okay. Yeah, I'm just don't even worry about it. Half ore and coal on the outside and plates on the inside. I feel like we're complicating things a little too much. I had an idea, and then you're like, let's change it. And I don't know if I want to do that. But I feel like reasonably... No, actually, that was my... No, hold on. Let him cook. That's the exact idea I had earlier. Wait a second. Let me just... I want to shift this over slightly. We're going to put that there, and then we're going to... how do I delete this? Whoop. We just want this to move here. Yes? Yes. This should work. Yeah, this should work. We're just gonna get rid of this. One more over. I think this works. Because we're just gonna have coal and iron in the center. Coal and iron in the center here, or on this side. And then iron goes down here, iron goes down here. I think this works, doesn't it? We're gonna have like 3 lanes of coal / iron. Oh, me when I get pop-ups. Thank you. When I have Windows update things. Oh no, because it's gonna clog this belt, isn't it? No, it isn't, because it's 24 times 0.31, which is close to 7.5, which is one side of the belt. So it actually isn't a problem. Yeah, that's not a problem. Yeah, that's not a problem. Okay, we're gonna do this. What we're gonna do actually is pick this up. The middle belt can't supply enough resources to feed both left and right. That can't be true. It's 0.31 ore per second, and we have 24 of these, right? 0.31 times 24 is 7.44, but it actually rounds to 7.5, which is 1/2 the belt, right? Doesn't that make sense? Like, because this is going to use... Per second, this is going to use... what is that? This is going to use 3.75, I think, per second. Iron. This is going to use 3.75. This uses 3.75. And this uses 3.75. Wait. No, that is right. The left belt currently supplies the right side of the second left array. Yeah. Yeah, that's the entire idea. I feel like I'm not doing this math wrong. I think. So half belt plus half belt equals full belt per resource? Oh, but we're not using a full half belt, sorry. So, like, we're not using 7.5 on each of these lanes. We're using 3.75 on each one of these. Like each one of these stone furnace lines here is 3.75 resources. So like one lane here is actually going to have some leftover by the time it gets to the bottom. Well, like even one side, because each side is 7.5, right? Am I crazy? 15 items per second, and it's divided by 2. So 7.5. When you upgrade to steel furnaces, they'll consume twice as much. Okay, then I'll get the good belts, and they'll supply twice as much. In the current configuration, you're feeding 2 furnace rows with 1 belt. Yeah, because they can only consume, combined, 1 belt. Or like, sorry, a half belt. 7 point. Yeah, I'm just gonna try it, and if I mess up, then I will completely accept that I have messed it up, and we'll redo it. But I don't think I'm wrong on this. And I'm stubborn, and I'm sorry, but that's just... I'm gonna do it. Like, I'm pretty sure... I feel confident, and it might be misplaced, but then I will have judgment cast down upon me by chat. And that's life sometimes. I actually do need more of these. Actually, I need to give you iron. And you need iron. So... main problem is actually figuring out what to do with the coal. So what we're gonna do with this... is this... Nope, like that. And we need to get the coal from over here to over here. I need more of these. Don't know how the math works out. I'm fairly confident about how the math works out. Because we're making 1 full belt of iron, right? With 50% of a... Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me explain it in ratios. We're making 1 belt of iron. A full 30 plates per second, sorry. Right? 50% of the plates are going to be made from the stuff in the middle. Which is 1 lane, right? 25% is from this lane, and the other 25% is from this lane. So half a belt, quarter belt, quarter belt. It's gonna work. Trust. Actually, what I need is a whole lot of inserters. I might just make the 1 part of this here, and then the other part later. The biggest problem, I think... Actually, no, we're not going to have a problem. Never mind. I'm not even going to get started. There are no problems. There's no war in Bossing Say. Don't even worry about it. Okay, then this belt. But yeah, we don't even need like the 4 belts. That's the main problem. Alright. We need some more of these. 1 here, 1 here. And then 1 here. And 1 of these. And then what we need is coal. We have a lot of coal. Let me just supply these real quick. And we'll do, oops, we'll do that. Let's get this and I guess these. At the very least, we don't need the long handle inserters, which is nice. But yeah, the way we're gonna do it is like this. It's gonna work. And then we really need that. Need a lot more of these. I need iron. What do you know? Okay, let's just go ahead and hook this up real quick. Just so we can get started. I'll just do this to make my life a little easier here. The belt operates each side at 15 per second. That is not true. These are lies and slander. With malicious intent, I might add. I would bet my life on each side of these belts being 7.5 for a combined 15. I would bet my soul on that. Can't take what you might not have. Afraid of a little gamble. I might not. Okay, so we want to do it like this. Maybe? I want to do it like... Oh shoot, how am I going to do this? Like this. Yeah, that'll work. It's kind of cursed, but I think it'll work. Everyone knows VTubers don't have souls? Well, you gotta... Okay, listen. The models are expensive, alright? And in this economy, you have to make do with what you got. Okay, coal. Wool's gonna move into here. It's actually, it's perfect. It's beautiful. It's even expandable. Right? Because we got like this part on the left side. We can keep on expanding this. Maybe. Possibly. For now, I'm just gonna have a little thing there. This only needs to go to here. Okay. We have some iron. Kind of. It's always interesting seeing new creative setups. Bro, don't do this to me, please. Please don't do this to me. That's like when your kid comes home from school after art class and they hand you this little drawing they made and you're like, "Oh, that's nice. That's so creative. Don't do this to me, please." It'll work. The real question is, do I have enough production for this? Yeah, barely. Oh, you know what I do need to do? Well, I need more iron for this first, but... Oh, right. Uh-oh. Can you give me a second? Just one moment. That's not supposed to be there. I believe I may have, messed it up slightly. Just grab that. Boink. Okay, I think we ran out of coal. Somewhere, one of these. Okay. Oh, they're all out of coal. That's crazy. What do you know? Alright, we're good. It wastes a few belts, but that's like the most minor optimization there is. I'm not trying to beat this game in 8 hours. I think I might be chilling. Okay, this is not going to work out though. For now, we're just going to do this. I'm just going to steal right from the belt. Beautiful. It's all coming together. Can't finish it so quickly, he needs to stretch the subathon. You know, I was thinking about maybe doing a subathon in, like, the summer, possibly. Once I figure out how I'm supposed to do taxes on that. Like, the real way. Because last year sucked. Raise the timer? That's another thing I should do, actually. Because I remember last year, I think it was the first day of the subathon. What did I make it? Like each dollar was like each dollar was like half a minute or something? I don't remember. I made it something ridiculous, and then I realized, oh, hold on, I can't do that. I think I had to cut it in half the second day. Slight miscalculation. Okay, pollution's kind of fine, because we're not really doing much with the copper yet. Alright. Give you iron. Yeah. That'll do. Is this with DLC? It is with DLC. Whether or not we get to the DLC, we'll see about that. Okay, now I can actually make the bus. Or at least part of it. Oh, here's what I can do. There's a flaw in your build? I'm sure there are many. What is it this time? Well, I don't have enough actual mining production, so there's that. I also need to fetch more copper. Oh wait, I should pick up coal before I do that. Yoink. Actually, before I do that, yeah, I need to fix this problem down here. That's gonna be a lot of belts. Really wish I had grenades right now. Should I tell you? Yeah, go for it. Better to find out now than later, I guess. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Hold on. Well, I mean... No, you're right. You're right. Here we go. Okay, that'll do the job. I feel like I'm barely scraping together this factory. Like I pretty much ran out of resources trying to build this thing. I should have kept my my previous smelters and miners intact, just so that I could have some resources while I'm trying to build this thing. Oh well. Okay, I should actually build some guns, I think. But I don't even know if they'll be good enough. Hmm. Okay, you know what? We're gonna go fight the guys up there, and if I die, at least it'll be good content. If I can get through here. We'll be fine, probably. Probably. Alright. I mean, it's not that bad. Honestly, light work, no reaction. Make sure to use a gun and the technique. You mean the technique where you squeeze the trigger, that one? Okay, we need to do something with something. I don't know. We need to talk more about Claire Obscure, which I finished over my break from making videos. I've never played a more French game in my life. You found me at a very French time in my life. We'll pick that up. We'll pick that up. We'll pick that up, I guess. Upon reflecting, I think actually I mostly played Clair Obscur because my friends played it and they were like, you should play this. And I did. But it didn't exactly have the impact on me I was expecting in hindsight. Like, it's not a bad game, it's pretty solid. It's pretty decent. Deserved many of the awards in my opinion. But it's not like it changed my brain chemistry. Like, there are some pieces of media where I can divide my life into two parts before and after consuming that media, and Clair Obscur is simply not one of those. I mean, it's good. Example? One of them would be Vinland Saga. That was a show that absolutely changed my brain chemistry. Factorio, true. Forget the Tylenol, that's how they actually get you. Factorio at a tender age. Never let your kids play Factorio, not even once. But yeah, like there's Vinland Saga is one of those. When I watched it, especially season 2. I could talk about Vinland Saga for hours, so don't get me started, but like season 2 separates the men from the boys. That's how I feel about Vinland Saga. And then, okay, actually, slightly different one. When I watched Freerun, actually, kind of did the same thing. Freerun has such a good first episode that it'll make you sit there and be like, man, I should call my parents. Like, I should hang out with my family. That's what Freerun does to a man. Hot take, season 2 is overrated but very good. Okay, listen. I'll let you off with a warning this time. I'd guess EU4 too. That's true, actually. EU4 might have been critical for my interest in history and developing the desire to actually understand things. In a way that Civilization 5, which was like my main strategy game before that, was not able to accomplish. I'm just going to say that the season 1 finale blew my mind in ways that season 2 did not. That's true, and that is fair. The season 1 finale was definitely a better finale. I can't even argue against that. But yeah, in EU4's case, well, I think playing EU4 is when I realized, like, yeah, this is the content that I want to make. Like, this is the game that I'm going to be playing for a while. And I guess we know how that story turned out. Need to play Outer Wilds? I actually have played Outer Wilds. I played the entire thing blind, and boy, it was, I wouldn't call it a slog, but like, it was... I got really stumped at several points during it. You know, actually, what I just remembered. I think I played it in September of 2024. I think. And that's very specific. Because I don't even know how to describe the song, but like, you know what I'm talking about. The one that goes... I don't even know the tune of it, actually. Do 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 do. You know that song? The September song. And I had that on loop for like hours while I was playing Outer Wilds. Come to think of it, I think I was actually slowly going insane over the course of that playthrough. Do you remember the 21st night of September? I think it's 21st. All right, let me pick up. That's expensive. That's really expensive. These are all expensive, man. Okay, let's not pick up anything. Remember, Sember. True. But yeah, I had that on repeat for actual hours as I was trying desperately to figure out what I'm supposed to do in that game. Would recommend if you have a spare, I don't know, what did it take me, like 25 hours? Oh, it's 2021. That can't be right. And yeah, it actually was 20 hours. Do we even have enough power for this? Yeah, we're fine. Okay, I'm gonna move all this stuff, I think. Yeah. Okay, now, the way we're going to expand the boss is that actually the copper is gonna hit the boss. Hold on. How many spaces do I usually have? 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think the copper is gonna start on the bus like here. Do I even need 4 lanes of copper? I don't know. I usually have 4 lanes. Let me grab a drink real quick. Alright. The march of time is inexorable and cruel? Yeah. I realized this year I might, unfortunately, have to actually log in. Tragically. Unfortunately, I'm about to hit the big age of 25. That's a pretty serious number. A pretty big one. Alright, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna build a mini mall. Call that a strip mall. And we're gonna do this. And we're gonna do this. And we're gonna do that. And we're gonna do this. Build these. Nope, no we're not. We're gonna do this. Then to build these, we're gonna put these down on that. And to build these, we need iron plates. Okay, so we're gonna do this and that, and we're gonna do this here. And then when that's full, do that. Make the underground belts. Turns into dust. I apologize to everyone in chat who is above the age of 25. People always say time is cruel, but really it's completely indifferent. Well, yeah, we personify time because we don't like what it does. I also need circuits. Little easier said than done. Okay, you know what I should do? Start working on the copper stack. Yeah, because the copper stack is actually going to be nearly identical to the iron stack. In fact, that should work. Is that a main bus? After that Saffron group stream, I thought I would never see the light of urbanization again. This ain't my first Factorio rodeo. How many hours do I even have in this game? Maybe I don't want to know. It's actually not that bad. It's only 175. Just light, you know, light work. Okay, so copper stack's gonna go here. And we're gonna do... It's a little cursed. I know what I'm doing. Maybe. The stream should have Dust in the Wind by Kansas playing in the background after all this existential dread. You're right, too much existential dread. What else did I do over my break? Honestly, I played just a lot of Clair Obscur. That was the main thing. Because it's not that long of a game. Ooh, voice crack. Need to drink some water. It's not that long of a game. But it kind of feels like a long game by the time you're done with it. On the other hand, I also just don't play like story games anymore, so. Like I asked my friend, oh, how long did it take you to beat it? And he said like, oh, you know, like 40, 45 hours. And then he said, it's not that long of a game. And I'm like, oh. To me, 40, 45 hours, like for a story game, that's a long commitment. When it comes to story games, I might have commitment issues, maybe. Maybe that's why it felt longer. Also, it's a long time to be locked in for. That's the other thing. Because I played the game on hard mode. I played the first few hours on the normal difficulty, and then I realized, yeah, this is not going to work. I'm not doing this. So I threw it on hard mode. It was tough, but I think... Oh god. I'm gonna try to say this in a way that's not spoilery. Because, like, the game did come out a few months ago, but maybe not everyone's played it. So there's the final fight of the game, and if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. And, embarrassingly, that was actually the one I had the most difficulty with. Because of the characters I chose to level up. And the choices I made. That was actually the fight that I died to the most. Even the fight before that, I think I died maybe twice. And the fight before that is supposed to be a lot harder. But yeah, the game was actually, I mean, it wasn't that bad. It's like you're playing Dark Souls, but it's turn-based. And I've played way too many Souls-like games. Not as many as my friend has, though. Because I haven't played Lies of P, and I haven't played Kazan, the First Berserker, which is one that he's also played. And then what else is there? Oh, I haven't played Demon Souls yet. Pretty sure that's only on PS5. We're talking about the final campaign encounter in Expedition 33? Yes. And if you know what I'm talking about, that's why I said embarrassingly. That was actually the fight that I struggled with the most. Listen, I was forced to use a character that I haven't really leveled up, and I didn't change their Pictos for a while. And so because I didn't change the Pictos, the stats were so bad that I kept getting like one shot. And then I changed the Pictos after resigning myself to giving up and not just restarting the fight for the 27th time. And then I won the first try easily. So, as it turns out, one funny thing about Expedition 33 that I realized is that actually your leveling does not matter that much. It kind of matters, but the actual thing that matters is the Pictos. Everything else is secondary to the Pictos. You can level up, and it will genuinely affect almost nothing. Except maybe your damage based on your secondary stats. By late game, it's like everyone is sort of min-maxed into one category or another. All you need to do is, I think, level up Vitality, Attack, and everything else is Pictos. Oh right, I forgot to put these in a little chest. I'll take on this one. I think the parry or dodge mechanic... I actually forgot there was a dodge mechanic in the game. I don't think I ever pressed that button once. The game heavily encourages parrying, so I just never even pressed it. Sorry, anyway. Mechanic is kind of novelty. While kind of a novelty, is really annoying and doesn't do well in a JRPG style game. I thought it was interesting. It was, at least at the start, one of the main draws for me. But yeah, I guess towards the end it does get a little tedious, that's true. Can I actually do this and that? I don't know, I kind of like the mechanic. It did get a little bit annoying because it kind of does the exact same thing that Elden Ring did with boss fights. Which is the whole, okay, we're actually going to fake you out on this attack. We're going to hold it for like 0.27 seconds longer. We're going to do like a fake out swing to make you feel like you're parrying at the right time. But actually, we're going to hold that animation for just a little bit longer. I think the thing that really got me was some of the combat or the attack animations were literally just like they would swing and then the game would slow down a bit at the second half of the swing. I don't know if they're trying to give you more time on it or something, but like I hated that. It's not even like, oh, they're holding the pose for a little too long and you don't know when they're gonna swing. It's like, no, they're actually swinging, but then the game slows down time for a second. There's a little slow-mo effect. I kind of hated that. Okay, so the coal can just feed into here, I think. That should do the trick. Didn't mind Super Mario RPG, where it was like plus 25% if you press the button correctly, but in Expedition 33 it's literally life or death by the end. It demands perfection. That's true. Well, it's especially true because I was playing on hard mode. So, I mean, there's that. But, yeah, Expedition 33 heavily encourages parrying to the point where it's like, if you don't, your entire run might be cooked. Well, okay, your entire fight might be cooked. But towards the end, if you didn't learn how to parry in the middle of the run or by that point, like, good luck. Because the thing is, they hit you with that chromatic parry, right, at some point? And I don't even know if you can dodge that. I've never tried. Either I hit the chromatic parry, or I don't, and I'm cooked. But I'm pretty sure... Like, is there even a way to dodge those? I don't think so. Either way, it kind of demands that you parry. On hard mode, if you make the right team comp by the end, you can just win without parrying. That's true, but I built my entire team around two things. Burn and parry. Did you complete Expedition 33? I did, and I did enjoy it overall. I really like the music in the game. The art direction is really good. I like the characters more than I like the story. I don't know if that makes sense, but that is how I feel about it. And also, I will never forgive them for what they did to Gustav's character. Well, I guess technically I optimized for three things, because it kind of counts, but I optimized for crits as well, for critical attacks, especially on Lune. Lune was kind of my my goat, actually, because the entire build I had on her was, okay, we're gonna maximize crits and maximize damage, so that every hit she's dealing like 2 sets of 9999. So by the time I'm using that lightning dance, I'm racking up like 60,000 damage on that thing. Or no, it's gotta be more than that. Because every time you hit a crit, you also get a second hit on it. And I think it's 5 hits? So you can stack up to like 100,000 damage, I think, with it. Anyway, yeah. She's kind of goated, actually. Did you pick the right ending, or are you just wrong? I picked the right ending for sure. I know I picked the right ending. Okay, we're gonna try and collect all the copper down to this little clearing we've made. Do I even have enough mining drills? Probably not. We need more iron. Your team was tanky because you had Mael, Ciel, and Verso. That's the thing. I never actually really played with Ciel at all. She did, along with Verso, clutch one fight. I did first time the Dancer Axon, but only because my backup team, Verso and CL, basically clutched. Maybe I should do this one vertically. First I have to figure out the extent of this field of copper. My main team ever died, I just restarted. Okay, honestly, same, but it really depended. On the first run of a boss, I usually wouldn't restart immediately because at least it gives me a bit of a chance to practice some of the parries, right? Like, I might as well just keep going so that I can try to figure out the timing on the parries, and then if I die, then I die. Or, for example, with the second Axon, if they're super low and it was like 3 turns left and I knew I could clutch it, I might as well. We're gonna do it like this. Oops, that's the wrong place. Was that your first JRPG? No. But you'd have to give me a second to think of what the first one or what previous ones I've played. Because I know for sure it isn't, but I guess it kind of depends on your definition. Let's see, what have I played? Well, first, I guess it depends. What do you consider a JRPG? Does it have to be like, oh, you have a party of a couple of people and you have to have a turn-based game? Does that count? Is that the strict definition? Does it have to be turn-based? When are we getting the Europe speed form in EU5? When I decide to replace my entire being with pure concentrated AI slop, then my entire channel just becomes that. Might be sooner than you think. No, I'm joking. Alright, let's connect these up. Really enjoyed Ni no Kuni 2, but it wasn't turn-based. It is a Japanese RPG, though. To be a JRPG requires the game to have been made in Japan. It's the acronym. I understand what the acronym is, but on the other hand, would you consider Elden Ring to be a JRPG? This is the question you have to inevitably ask everybody, because everyone has a different definition for what a JRPG is. Yes, you would. Okay. To me, that sounds like insanity, but alright. Because in my mind, there's like a certain set of things that make an RPG a JRPG, which typically have to do with the kind of RPGs that emerged in like the late 90s, early 2000s from Japan. Which typically involve things like you have a party, and it's turn-based, and somehow by the end you're fighting God. It's just like a weird thing that's consistent. Breath of the Wild is my favorite JRPG. Real? You fight God in Kingdom Hearts? Kind of, in a sense, in the first game, sort of, but not really. More like a demigod, kind of, by that point. JRPG has become a genre rather than a place of origin. Yeah, like, that's what I think of. Kingdom Hearts is basically a JRPG if you made it more action-based rather than turn-based. This is true. Hold on, let me just do this real quick. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is... It's a weird one. I feel like for the time it was released, it was like weirdly action-oriented. Or the genre that it arose out of. But anyway, yeah, I guess to answer someone's earlier question, yeah, I've played other JRPGs then, in that sense. Like, I played Kingdom Hearts. I'm still waiting for Kingdom Hearts 4 to release, and they're never going to do it, but, you know, a man can dream. I think I only need one line for this. Probably, because we're only going to make one line anyway, so. We can only process one line of copper. Here we go. Can we keep up with that? I think so. Okay, let's see. What's your favorite Ghibli movie? That's a good question. That's a really good question. I do like Spirited Away quite a bit. That's a pretty good one. Recently, I did watch the one with, I don't remember his name. Porco. That guy. The guy who's like, it's better to be a pig than a fascist. That one. I don't remember the name of that movie. Porco Rosso, that's the one. Then let's see, what's another one that I watched? I think I own Princess Mononoke, but I don't remember if I actually watched it. I think I did. These are going the wrong direction. Oops. Oh, Howl's Moving Castle, that one. I watched that one. That was pretty good. Didn't they make another one recently, actually? Hold on. Isn't there that Ghibli movie with the heron? The Boy and the Heron, is that one? Is that Ghibli? Oh yeah, that's Ghibli. Wait, or is it just Miyazaki? Oh, they made that one a long time ago and then they remade it, I think. Maybe I'm crazy. No, never mind. The poster just looks really old. Okay, full copper stack. We're so back. You gotta try out Ni no Kuni. I did actually try out the first Ni no Kuni. I think I have it on PS3. When did that come out? I know they made a second one. Ni no Kuni. 2010. Man. Anyway, yeah, I played a little bit of the first one. I don't think I finished it though. And then they made a second one, and I heard that it's kind of different and also low-key not as good. They already made a remaster. I mean, that's not surprising. Aren't we on like the third remaster of The Last of Us? Nothing shocks me anymore. Alright, actually let's not click any of those yet. Well, we could go for green science, that's fine. The 15th remaster of Skyrim, real? I think I've mentioned this before, but at this point, honestly, I'm not really even looking forward to the Elder Scrolls 6 at this point. Like, it's been so long, and Bethesda has released so many other games that have not been as good. I'd say my confidence is not very high. I mean, I'm sure when they release it, it'll be an alright game. Well, you know, once they release it and then they give it another 6 months to fix all the bugs, you know how it is. 6 months after release, I'm sure it'll be an alright game. probably don't even need to balance this, to be honest. No, actually I do, because it's more about the output draw than it is about the input. That's true. Okay, yeah, we'll balance this. How long do you think it'll take for Corp to devolve his base into spaghetti? Listen, I've made this mistake once before. I'm going to try very hard to not make that mistake again. I've felt the pain of realizing that you have absolutely no space to build a particular thing you need to build. You're using a literally 20-plus-year-old engine to make the game. Okay. Well, okay. There's an argument to make for that being not a big deal as long as they update the engine. Like, you don't have to make a whole brand new engine. You could just, like, tweak it and add some things, and for the most part, it's probably fine. It's like how I'm pretty sure Paradox still uses the Clausewitz engine for, like, everything. But it's fine as it is because it's, like, they change it a little bit for each game. They update it slightly, so kind of works out. Actually, can I control X some stuff? Oh, I can. Beautiful. Yeah, let me just... We're just gonna line that up slightly better. We're gonna miss like 100 iron, but it's fine. Yeah, that's fine. When it comes to the Elder Scrolls series, can't say I've ever been too invested in it. Skyrim just felt kind of empty for me. I think a lot of Skyrim's reputation is carried by the fact that it released in like 2010. Or was that 2012? I don't know, it's been a while. But like, for its time, Skyrim was pretty goated. It released Remembrance Day 2011, man. Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a little bit. Hey, do you think for the 15th anniversary they're gonna release Elder Scrolls 6? Or do you think they're gonna release another version of Skyrim? Place your bets. 15th anniversary, that's a big year. They can do something with this. I'm personally placing my bets on another re-release of Skyrim. Yeah, Skyrim's Super Duper Special Extra Golden Deluxe Edition. Now playable on your Samsung Smart Fridge. Skyrim for the Steam Cube. Well, you know people are definitely going to be playing it on the Steam Cube. It's actually kind of sad to admit, but I have quite a few copies of Skyrim, actually. Tragically. Because the first copy I got from a friend, I think it was for Christmas actually, back in like middle school or something. Like he finished playing the game and he was like, hey, I'm done with this game. If you want, you can just have it. You can just play the game. Which is really cool of him. We're still really close friends to this day, so I guess it kind of paid off. But anyway, because I didn't know him that well back then, but anyway. So, I have that version of Skyrim for the PS3. And then for the PS4, I got Skyrim Special Edition, because like now you have mods on console, and that was revolutionary. Keep in mind, I still had my Intel Integrated Graphics 2010 laptop at that point, so I was not going to be playing Skyrim on that thing. But I had a couple of mods on console, and that was pretty cool. That was pretty neat. Ultimately, I still haven't finished the main quest of Skyrim, and I probably never will. Maybe that'll be like a subathon goal. If we reach $10,000 on the subathon, then I will be forced to play the Skyrim main quest on the subathon. Okay, so, next part of this bus is to have infinite green circuits. Well, how many green circuits can I actually make? I'd say probably 2 belts at most, but I'm gonna give myself enough room for 4. But yeah, I think it's green circuits next. Because these take way too long to build. Let me actually pick up a few of these. Green circuits and actually... What else? I could mass produce boilers, but I feel like those are really easy to make. Same with engines. Red science, that's true. We do need to automate that at some point. Because greens take loads of copper and iron, you can replace bus belts of copper and iron with green belts. Yeah, well... Yeah, I mean, like, they're not going to replace the bus. I'm always going to have the copper and the iron on the bus. But yeah, I think I get what you mean. Like, we put electronic circuits on the bus so that we don't have to make more electronic circuits on site. But I think I might as well future-proof the green circuits, right? Why am I doing that? Might as well future-proof them slightly by making enough to build like 2 belts, even though I don't have the throughput for the 2 belts. But maybe one day I will when I upgrade these furnaces and the belts here, right? Probably, maybe, possibly. So, what do we need for that? Oh, I remember how to build these. Kind of. We need a lot of assemblers. Oh, you know what I usually do that I forgot to do this time? Usually I will do a little thing here. Where I'll just get a whole bunch of gears. So that if I ever need them, I don't have to craft them. And then I actually usually do something kind of similar with copper. Just for the wires. Don't worry, the main quest is not all that interesting. You just figure out how to kill the super dragon and then do a reskinned normal dragon fight as the last boss. Yeah, like, I've seen the final boss fight, and honestly, it does not look that crazy. Like, I'm sure if I really wanted to, I could boot up Skyrim, go through the main quest, and probably beat it within, I don't know, 10 to 15 hours. So the main quest itself is not what you spend your time doing in Skyrim. It's everything else. And since the game is, I think, dynamically leveled to you, well, I don't know about the final boss. Is Alduin dynamically leveled? Yes, but set within a specific range relative to the player's level. Okay. Minimum level of 10 and a max level of 100. Okay, yeah. So, like, if you get up to level 10, you can probably beat Alduin. But this is, of course, just according to, the Google AI overhaul thing, or overview. Okay, let me make some more of these things. Do I not have fast inserters? I do. I should build those. Faster, it's not that long. It takes like 4 hours if you know what you're doing. Okay, so I remember what I was... I think how far I got. So you anybody who's actually played it can tell me, like, oh, was I close or not? So, I think you do this thing where you go meet this woman in, like, the inn, and then you have to go find this place, and I think do a shout, and I think you'll learn, like, the Rend Dragon shout from it, from, like, this one dragon fight. And then I think after that, you're supposed to go see Parthenax, and then after that, you basically go fight Alduin. Is that how it goes? It's been a while. Know what else I'm gonna do here, actually? Gonna do that. We're gonna make pipes. Pretty much. You go to the Greybeards, learn a few shouts, talk to the inn lady, talk to Parthenax, go find an Elder Scroll, learn Ren shout, and then figure out where to go to kill the last boss. Yeah, it's not particularly complex. But, honestly, that might have been for the better for Skyrim. Because I think if they spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to do a main quest that is actually long, and you have to do a lot of things for it, I think if they actually did do that, then the rest of the game suffer a little bit, and the rest of the game is actually like the good part of Skyrim. Like the Thieves Guild and the College of Winterhold and all that stuff. Like, you know, the fun parts of Skyrim. Or the Brotherhood. That's what I'm thinking of. Thieves Guild. Right, we do need that there. Morrowind had a great main quest. Morrowind and Oblivion had better, more complex main stories and better side content. I'll just have to believe you. Because the thing is, like, I do own Oblivion Remastered. I just don't know if I'm actually going to finish it. There's a decent chance that I just don't. Played it a little bit on stream. But I think I also had an unfortunate revelation, which was I just don't really care too much about Bethesda games as much as I used to. I'm sure the game is good. I did play some of it, and it was interesting. But maybe I'm too deep into the factory optimization and grand strategy brain rot pipeline. So it might actually be over for me. Actually, this is the way I'm supposed to do that. It's supposed to do like 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2, 1. Oh. Because it's 3. I think it's 6 to 4 of these. Is that the right ratio? Maybe I'm crazy. So I'm pretty sure it's not a clean 3 to 2. 2 per second. Let's make 6 per second. No, it is a clean 3 to 2. Okay, never mind. Maybe I am crazy. It happens. Okay, what am I even making with this? One, two. Okay, I'm making a total of. That's not very many. Making 6 per second at most. This might have not been the optimal place to put this. There is a lake in the way. Well, what if I make 8 on this side? Somehow my voice just cut off. Make 8 on the left side, and then I make the rest on the... No, because I should make 30, shouldn't I? Six is fine for your current production. Yeah, but I'm not really thinking about my current production. Also, I may... No, maybe. No, it's fine. Never mind. You can add more if needed. Rationally, that's true, but spiritually, no. This is dumb, but I'm gonna do it this way. You're gonna hate me for this one. Look away, chat. Nope, that's not how this works. That's not how this works. Hold up. This is iron. Yeah. Maybe. More is always needed. True. Yeah, we should pave over that lake, actually, once we get green science, which, I mean, we kind of need this for. How many is that? 8 plus 6? That'll do. Probably. But then it looks really bad. Oh shoot, you're right. Hold on, I didn't even notice. Okay, so you need... Well, let's just make more of these. Need more iron, actually. You split the iron onto one side of the belt where the wires go? This is true? But I don't like that it's true. Wait, what? Onto one side of the belt where the wires go. The wires are not going on a belt. Oh, yeah. We're just gonna do this. This should work. I mean, maybe I'm using a couple too many things, you know, but like it's fine, probably. Hey Taciturn Tactics, how is it going for you? I'm doing alright, myself. Yeah, so this is gonna be iron, I think. We're just gonna do iron here. And then actually, we're doing this. Yeah, that'll work, I think. Probably. So this is 14 per second. It's gonna be really annoying to refactor at some point, but I don't know. Do you think I need more, chat? Maybe I need a second stack of these. It's 14 per second. I mean, that's not even that many. But also, how much copper am I consuming? Because it's like 3 copper per second. That's oh, I don't have enough copper production for that. I didn't even think about that. It's probably fine. You know what? It's fine because we can't do any better. It's the best it's gonna get. Actually, is there a flip button on these? I do this and then flip with F. No, rotate. That'll probably do. No, can't rotate that actually because of the way I set this up. Is there a flip button? V or H? Ooh. What do you know? Thank you. Someone I know always says it's a starter base and it's allowed to be bad. The thing is, all of my starter bases are actually just resources for refactoring later. So true, it's allowed to be bad, but also like it needs to be good long enough for me to basically get to robots, and then I can tear it all down and rebuild it. I feel like I'm gonna need 2 of these. Okay, let's get a proof of concept on this. That seems to be working. I think. Just don't make the classic blunder, tearing apart your base, only to not have enough resources to put it back together. Oh, trust me, I've made that mistake before. No choo-choo, no base? This is kind of true. Many are saying this. You just need a little bit of science to brute force your way into bots. True. Yeah, the base doesn't have to be good to get to robots. It just has to be functional. You can't move wire from the wire makers to the circuit makers fast enough with just one yellow inserter? I mean, that's why I have two. But you might be right. Yeah, hold on. So like this then, eh? Okay, I could kind of see it. Okay, copper production is looking kind of alright. Need a lot more of those. I'm just gonna pick up some iron gear wheels. What is this, Fallout? It's like Fallout, but if it had actually good building mechanics. Fallout 4 if it was good. Might actually just make another line here. Only because, yeah, technically it's more than I can actually produce or put on the line. But because having 14 per second feels bad, I want to have at least 15 per second. Spring for blue inserters, right? What do you mean? This is 14 per second? Do you need another to be 15 per second? Wait, how many do I have here? I have 8 times 2. It's 1 per second. Unless that's an older comment. What am I doing? What am I doing? There we go. No, don't do this to me, thank you. I think this should work. Hold on, is that symmetrical? I think so. Yeah, more or less. Okay, that should be a full belt, more or less, except I don't have enough copper for it, but that's fine. On the inserters to give the wires to the chips. Oh, yeah. Oh, oops, my bad. You're right, me when I don't actually do the thing. You can shift right click to copy the recipe of an assembler machine and left click to paste. Shift right click. Oh, like that. Ooh, interesting. Oh, hold on. Me when I... You know what I mean? Me when I? Alright, this is gonna be a little bit cursed maybe, the way I'm gonna put this through. But we have our belt. The theoretical belt. Oh shoot, that's too large of a gap for these belts. Okay, and then actually... yeah, that'll do for now. It's beautiful. Look at this base. This is peak. All this in 3 hours, by the way. I actually feel somewhat accomplished. Should have enough copper? I mean, what am I using at max? At most I'm using 1 times 3 times 8. So it's 3 times 8, which is 24, you're right. At most 24, but not actually, because I can't use the whole thing, so... I think it's actually 21 at most. Well, actually, no. Aren't we producing, like, 15 copper per second? We might be cooked. Wait a minute. Alright, let me get a drink real quick. Alright. Speedrun is under 3 hours, assuming vanilla. It's longer for Space Age. Well, yeah, I'm sure the speedrun is pretty quick. Considering I think for a speedrun, what you have to do is assemble like 50 blueprints, import them into the game, and then just use the blueprints. I'm just gonna clear this real quick. Or die, depends on how it turns out. I don't think speedruns allow blueprints. Allowed outside blueprints. Okay, well, imagine, if you will, someone memorizing the blueprints ahead of time. Speaking of, did you play Blueprints? I actually haven't. I remember at one point I said I would check it out, and I think I did briefly look at it, but then I didn't play it. Let's see. It's a puzzle game, right? Damn, this game actually looks kind of up my alley. I might think about it. Actually, what I want to do... Well, don't play trailers, thank you. What I want to do for the month of January, basically while EU5 is still kind of in a rut, what I want to do for January is just play like anything else. For the rest of this month, I might just play stuff like this. Who knows, maybe I'll boot up some Cities Skylines 2. Maybe I'll actually play Manor Lords on stream again. Maybe I'll... I don't know, the other Paradox games haven't been exactly giving me massive content either. I played Victoria 3, I did that Portugal run, it was alright. Oh, you know what I do need to play? That Frostpunk DLC. Frostpunk 2. Fractured Utopias. Hold on, let me check the store page for that. Is it actually any good? Recent reviews mixed is not a good sign. Let me check the actual DLC. Fractured Utopias. Oof. Mixed reviews, and there are only 248 reviews, compared to the base game getting almost 9,000 reviews. But then again, DLC, so... Okay, it's basically... What even is this, actually? Oh, I see. It's not like a new scenario or anything. It's like an endless mode where you build a certain vision of a utopia. Okay. Interesting, I guess. Maybe I'll play it. The Frostpunk 2 DLC is mid. The main devs have moved on to the Frostpunk 1 remaster. Oof. Well, time to move on to Frostpunk 3, I guess. I don't even know what a Frostpunk 3 would look like. Because they kind of already... Well, no, I could actually very easily envision what a Frostpunk 3 would look like. We are absolutely getting a grand strategy, or at least some kind of 4X Frostpunk game. Mark my words, okay? You can clip this, come back to it in like 6 years. Frostpunk 3, absolutely gonna be like a 4X game. It's the natural progression, you know? They made the city builder, and it was like a small city builder, and then they made it like a big city builder, where now you have to worry about thousands of people. And then they're going to make it like a, okay, now we need to rebuild your country in the Frostlands. Now you need to basically have multiple cities in multiple places, and you're gonna have to fight other factions that are also doing the same thing. I swear I'm telepathic. I can see into their board meeting room right now. That's exactly what they're doing. Any particular goals for this run? Honestly, no. It's just play Factorio, and I'm using this as... We're playing Factorio, but it's actually a just chatting stream. When people join, they're thinking, yippee, we get to watch Corbett build factories. And you're actually stuck listening to me talk about Expedition 33. And Frostpunk. You know what I need? Lights in this place. It's so dark. Okay, maybe I should finish the mining setup. The dark is your friend, though? I'm sure it is, considering the fact that the lights require electricity, which causes pollution. I want to be really min-maxy about it. Okay, that should do, I think. The devs want to make more scenarios for Frostpunk 1, but they want to change the engine first to remove limitations, hence the remaster. That's fair. Honestly, yeah, it feels like you can do so much more with Frostpunk 1 than you can with Frostpunk 2. But maybe that's because they haven't shown us what they can do with Frostpunk 2. Anyway, what am I doing right now? We're gonna make science, I think. We're gonna make red science, but first I want to figure out where am I gonna put the science. So I want to leave this to be expandable, right? I don't really want to touch this. So maybe what we do is we're going to put the red science Oh no, I know what to do. Yeah, because the way that I always do science is I build it underneath and then I bring it up to the science place where I have all the labs. Because you need quite a bit of space to actually organize how you're going to get 50 trillion different packs of science into one little laboratory section. How many labs is too many? I like to build 25, to be honest. $25 is way more than enough. I think we could have more. You might hate the way that I do these, actually. There's a very specific reason why it's 25. So basically... yeah, we're not going to expand the bus yet. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so the way I do this... requires a lot of space. I think I know where this is going. No. What do you mean? What do you mean? You couldn't possibly guess. Okay, so basically... So basically we have this little auto-balancing system. Right? And we just do a little... just do a little one of these. What are we doing now? Automating science? For the most part, yeah, more or less. We're just gonna do a little one of these. I did the wrong direction on those. Wait, are these actually all the right direction? I think so. It's easier to check when they're not blinking, actually. going back to, you could not comprehend the way I'm gonna do this. You could not imagine. You see, the laboratories have 4 sides that we can use to fill with science. That gives us about 8 slots that I'm gonna use. At least at first. And then we're gonna split them so that we have another side. And they will all auto balance. I can assure you. You don't even have to worry. I am a professional in this business. And this is why we make 25 of them. Shoot. It really is, it's a marvel when it's completed. It's beautiful to watch at work. Behold, the laboratory. This is peak. They don't want you to know this. The Factorio devs don't want you to know this, but this is actually the most efficient laboratory you can create. Pretty sure it could deadlock. Oh yeah? Do you want to bet? You want to bet? I can show you in action. I can show you how it works. Let me get some iron gear wheels. So basically, the way that it works is that it does kind of need to stockpile completely, but eventually what happens is if you have enough in here, at some point, it will all be saturated. So it's gonna do this until eventually the whole thing is saturated. But it works. It does work once you have enough science in here. It's beautiful to watch until you do, though. Look at that. They don't need to move in both directions. I know. But you wouldn't get this marvel if it weren't in both directions. Look at that. Actually, out of curiosity, hey, look at that. Look at that. It is researching right now. It lives. Rise, my creation. Okay, it's gonna do its thing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It'll get better once it's saturated. If you think about it, the research slowing down is actually an early warning indicator that you aren't producing enough science. Alright, we're gonna do... It probably doesn't have to be this complicated, but we're gonna do this anyway. We don't actually have enough for this, but... Okay, so now we want to produce red science and also things that I want to just have on hand. I do also need more belts. I realize how inefficient I'm being with this space, but that's life. Might actually move this over. Because this setup is fine, it just needs to also have green circuits in it to build the splitters. Or... You're gonna hate me for this one. If you don't already. I have a better idea. There we go. Wanna guess how fast the pre-Space Age DLC finishes this game? You mean like how fast you can get the rocket when you have the Space Age DLC? Because I know it's pretty quick. It's like... I mean, okay, for me, it's like 15 hours, maybe? Oh, you mean the actual speedrun. Someone said it's like an hour. Or 3, I think. Under 3 hours. Balancing one belt into 4 causes me pain. Okay, listen. Imagine, alright? Imagine I get the new belts and the new assembling machines. And then I'm also too lazy to upgrade these. It's also just so I can keep enough space. That's mostly it. You know, it's not like I need all 4 belts. It's just so that I don't crowd this area up with things. Anyway, red science. I guess I could make that up here because it's really simple. No. I'm trying to keep this so that I can expand it with the better furnaces. Right. Red science is actually... Yeah, you're not going to like me for this one. I say that a lot. Well... No, I am going to do this. I'm sorry. How many gear wheels do I need for that? So one of these... 0.1 per second. That's not very many. How many can I produce? 1 per second. Oh. That's not very hard. You're gonna hate me for this even more. We're just gonna do that. There we go. Behold, red science. It'll probably work out. We don't need red science constantly. That's probably fine. Well, maybe we do that. The whole point of the game is to have all the sciences all the time. There are going to be periods of time where we're saturated, it's fine. What annoys me most is not putting copper and iron gears on the same belt to not use long inserters. Okay, fine, have it your way. How would I do that? In an extremely cursed way? No, it doesn't have to be that cursed. But we do have to do this. There. I'm keeping that. I can't be bothered to change it at this point. Not that. Hold on. Oops. It's not spaghetti when you are crafting it with love. Wait, what's that other button I can do for this? It's like shift right click? Shift left click? Nope, shift right click and then shift left click. There we go. Oh, not you. Beautiful. As was intended. I usually put iron gear wheels on the main bus because I'm lazy. Okay, even I wouldn't do that. How many iron gear wheels could you possibly need? Well, I know you need a lot of them, but it's like... I just can't imagine putting them on the main bus. Okay, wait. Wait for it. It actually might take a while for it to fully saturate, so you might be waiting a really long time. But watch as the science production increases. Watch as the uptime increases. I'm telling you, it works. You just have to have faith in it. You just have to believe. Notice by the way, we're reaching a very close point of saturation on the bottom left. Look at it go. It's thinking. I wonder how much electricity these are using. Ah, it's nothing. Look at this. Fully saturated. I feel vindicated. And then guess what? We can put another science on the other side of this belt. And then we can put another science on the right side. 2 more sciences. 2 from the top. 2 from the left. And then, this is when it gets really crazy, okay? When you get to more sciences, like the rest of these, that's when you split them, right? That's what this allows for. Is you can have 2 on this half, 2 on the other half. Like, you could have up to 16 of these. We don't even have a 16. That's the genius of this design. If you lay out the labs like this, you'll lose fractional sciences. What's a fractional science? Is that like a new kind of science? I like the funny words. I don't know what they mean. You know you can set filters on inserters, right? I'm not doing that. We'll be dropping decimals on the science packs, losing efficiency. What we lose in efficiency, we make up for in charm, I think. You'll consume 30 packets but only get credit for 29.95. That is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. This is the kind of sacrifice that a father makes for his children. And this here is my prodigal son. Alright, I guess we pick this up. I guess... Yeah, screw it. I guess we should do steel. Look at this now, Who's laughing now? And then wait for it? Oh, I thought it would be all at once. Oh well. Soon? Look at it go. Look at it go. It's beautiful. Okay, what's next on this thing? I should feed you more electronic circuits. Alright, I feel like I should probably produce assembling machines. With logic unit things, you can create sushi belts for science where everything you need is on only 2 or 3 belts. I can see it, but at the same time, I don't want to figure that out. I have played this entire game leading up to Space Age while using any of the logic things maybe twice. Now, I know the best way I think to set up train stations is to use the logic circuits as well. Something like, oh, if you have a train that delivers iron, right? And you have multiple locations that need iron, then I think you're supposed to do a thing where you have a signal set up to detect if your iron chests are full. And so, like, you can set up a signal that's like, hey, this location is full, it's saturated, so you don't need to remove all of your cargo. Instead, you can move on to the next station or something. I think you can do that. I haven't tried, though. Anyway, we're going to build automatic assembling machines and probably inserters. Yeah, I guess we can do that. The thing is, the inserters we should probably set up at the same time we set up green science. Well, we don't have to. Yeah, sorry. Wait, circuits, not signals? The logic circuits? The only relevant logic you should know is how to limit the speed on your spaceships. Oh, do you have to, like, program that? Okay, I think all we need for this is... Actually, this should be really simple. Because I'm only making a few of these, right? So... all we really need... yeah. Yeah. We're gonna get... this here. We're gonna do... this here. That is too close. There's probably a better way to do this, but I'm really lazy. Yeah, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Hold on. What am I doing? Wait a second. What am I doing? Do that, and then we do that. And that should work, I think. Yeah, we don't need like a billion per second. Although we do need more of this, actually. That'll probably do. Just add more turrets, max speed only. So I haven't actually played the Space Age DLC. Am I going to have to fight things in space? Like not on planets? Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Hold on. We should put one of these down here. Oh, actually, you know what I should do? I should have a main power line that goes through the center. Like that. I kind of forgot about radars. And that they're slightly important. Space rocks? That's fair. If I were a space rock and we just had this random guy pulling up and plucking my friends from space, I'd be a little bit upset. Alright, that's better. Now we can actually see what's going on, because I just realized my pollution is starting to leak out of my field of vision. That's never a good sign. Alright, what time is it? Oh, it's almost 5 o'clock. Okay. Tragically, we're gonna have to end this stream in the next 5 minutes. I didn't even get to steal production. I'm a little disappointed in myself. This really isn't that bad. Well, I never even made inserter production. I barely made anything. Well, maybe I have 5 more minutes. Just 5. Just a few. Just a few. We're just gonna set up like an inserter mall. It's fine. That doesn't even take that much. There we go, we got the gears, and then we got the... That is not what I thought I needed. Okay, hold on. This is gonna be a little cursed. But it's fine. So what you need is these three things for the fast inserters. Right? Nope, wrong thing. How do I change what's in this thing? Oh. Me when I somehow mess up both recipes? No, hold on, I didn't mess it up. I didn't mess this up. I simply took the scenic route. It's different. Maybe that's not a good spot for that. Hello? Oh, because you're stuck with the gear wheel. Oops. There we go. Okay, and then for the other one, we just need... What do we need? Oh, that's easy. Okay. It's beautiful. I need to drink more water. Let's go. Five more minutes, 5 hours later. Look, it's 5:01 p.m. It's like the exact time that I had to stop anyway, but now we have inserters. I probably don't even need these anymore, right? Like, they're kind of obsolete once I build these. Just 5 more minutes as if someone had donated $50. Okay, no. This time we actually do need to stop, and it's for a good reason. It's because I need to I kind of need to actually set up this upcoming D&D session that happens in an hour and a half, and I kind of didn't prepare very much for it. So I need to lock in and actually set up for it so that people have 2 or 3 hours worth of content in this session that's supposed to happen in an hour and a half. So I actually do need to leave. There's a good reason for it. But I can't just put off forever, tragically. But I'd say we did a pretty decent job so far, I think. We got the most beautiful looking creation. This lab is perfect. We're gonna ban everyone in chat who says it's not perfect. Therefore, we'll have no dissenters, and the prevailing opinion will be the correct one. You know what? Not too bad for like 4 hours of Factorio. Best part of all is that it's kind of future-proof, slightly. I'm really hoping that outside of replacing those furnaces with the steel ones, we're not going to have to worry about running out of copper or iron. I think it'll be fine. Best D&D happens when you have not prepped, take it from a long-time DM. The thing is, I think my players are sort of interested in having the kind of thing where they want like a bit of a story to it, and so like there are characters, like actual NPCs with actual goals that want to do actual things in the world. Hold on, let me just, there we go. Just in case I want to have those. But yeah, so because of that, I've been setting up some pretty detailed NPCs that have like backstories, and they have some secrets, and they have mannerisms, and they have particular details that make them more or less likely to go along with something you want them to do. They only think that they want that. Well, it is the first time all of us are playing D&D, you know? They were like, hey guys, we should get together and play D&D. Actually, it was 2 of my friends who decided they should do that. And before inviting me to the D&D group, they decided already that they were going to get me to be the DM. They'd already planned in their heads I was going to be the DM before they even asked me to join. So here I am. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and yeah, hold on. We're gonna go ahead and end stream real quick. There we go. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna save the game real quick. Right. Okay, I'm gonna see you guys at some point, probably this week. Probably. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if it's gonna be more Factorio or some other game. January is basically like a throw month for YouTube, because basically all the money dries up at the end of December. So advertisers don't really pay you that much per 1,000 views starting in January, so that's just kind of how it is. That means I get to do whatever I want for the most part, but only for January. So expect a lot of wacky streams, and who knows, maybe even a non-Paradox video. Anything's possible at this weird limbo time of the year. But anyway, thank you guys very much for watching. I'm glad you guys are interested in watching some Factorio stuff, because I love the game. And I have no idea how many more Factorio streams there are going to be. But I would love to see you at the next one as well. If we end up playing a different game this week, I'm going to try and do the same thing I did this morning, which was to make sure I have the stream scheduled on YouTube at a decent hour rather than like, you know, announcing an hour ahead of time, hey, by the way, there's a stream, which I used to do a lot, but I want to lock in, okay? New year, new me, or something. Anyway, I'll see you guys hopefully on maybe Friday or Saturday, but for now, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. Bye, bit.